No, I'm just filling time till David gets
Hello.
back. I'm the clown.
Welcome to. Are we live?
Yes, you're live.
Hello. Welcome to Force 13's Australia's live coverage of the violent eruption we've experienced at the Hunga Tonga-Hunga Ha'apai Volcano on the islands of Tonga, well, just north of Tonga. There is an unfolding tsunami threat around the wider Pacific Ocean that does include areas extending from right up to Anchorage down to southern Chile on the eastern side of the Pacific Ocean. Warnings and watches are in effect in those locations. We also have a tsunami being reported, has been reported moving through those areas there. And moving over towards the west, Japan has also seen a tsunami, but albeit a tsunami, and also for Australia, New South Wales tsunami coming through earlier today as a result of this volcanic eruption. Now, what actually happened with this volcanic eruption was half a cubic kilometer of rock busted out of the volcano, fell into the ocean, and that caused a significant wave that is now traveling across the ocean, a tsunami, and that is causing warning watches to be prompted by pretty much every official agency around the Pacific Ocean. We've also had a tsunami not caused by the initial rockfall, however, caused by pressure changes in the Gulf of Mexico, which has no direct water connection to the Tonga eruption. So it shows just how powerful volcanic eruption is. A common question that we've been getting on the stream has been, how powerful is the eruption? Well, truth be told, we do not know. That is sort of what we're having to say, but it would be safe to assume that this volcano has registered at least a level 4 on the volcanic explosivity index scale. You can see the satellite imagery pulled up on the stream right now. The look of this is Tonga right now. The volcano itself is not erupting at this time. It has had a couple of bursts recently. It has been blasting some ash and that sort of nasty stuff into the atmosphere over the past few hours, but it isn't erupting violently as we saw last night. Last night's eruption was very violent. It seems to have died down a little bit, but that is not to say that the threat is over. The threat could just be beginning, considering the fact that earthquakes are now possible, aftershock earthquakes from the significant earthquakes that we've been seeing, and also more tsunamis with these earthquakes. We cannot be ruling out that. And warnings as well, quite widespread. Australia seems to be the main concern right now. We have those marine warnings for a possible tsunami in affecting marine areas extending from Tweed Heads down to Gabo Island. That includes the coastline around Bega, Bateman's Bay, Ulladulla, Nora, Wollongong, Sydney, Newcastle, Seal Rocks, Point Macquarie, Coffs Harbour, Worley, Cape Byron, and Tweed Heads itself. That is where the marine warnings are, which means that there is likely going to be dangerous conditions developing from the tsunami, dangerous rip currents and that sort in the marine areas. However, there is no land at this stage, and both Norfolk Island and Lord Howe Islands have been under a land warning. They've been downgraded to a marine warning, which means the main threat lies in the ocean, meaning rip currents still possible with the tsunami moving through that areas. And keep in mind, waves, not just one wave like Hollywood makes it seem, they waves, powerful waves as well that cause dangerous currents and coastal inundation. But as I start rambling on here, what are the thoughts from the team? We're joined, and Nelson, what so far from the team on this quite unprecedented and very surprising event? What do we all think?
Nelson, you go first.
Well, it certainly is a situation where I feel for the people of Tonga, hearing about the amount of ash that's fallen, contamination of the water supplies. the possible severing of the undersea communications cable, which is why it's so difficult to get news from there. So my first thoughts are for those who are suffering, and secondly, it's just a bit of awe at the power of this. Seeing the gravity waves on the satellite imagery, the ash plume, everything about it has just been incredible, and I think David could say the same thing.
Nelson, I'd like to. Sorry, David, I'd like
Go
to
on.
interrupt. You mentioned the gravity waves. Now, that has probably been the most eye-catching part of the satellite imagery, and maybe later we'll bring up some of the old satellite imagery of the actual eruption taking place. But the gravity waves, the atmospheric waves rippling away from the volcano's initial eruption, actually made it around the world, and they were visible on the satellite imagery around the world. We actually saw them in the Atlantic basin, and I'll pull up some of that imagery out a little later on the stream, so stick around for that. But just to give you a sense of how worldwide this situation is, the shockwave was detected all around the world, and that was shown by pressure changes, sharp pressure changes. So if you do own a personal weather station, please do check it. You might be able to see a tick up and down in pressure. Please send us through that on Discord. Join the Discord server, GG at 413. But again, I'm rambling on here. The fact is that this eruption was felt and detected worldwide. That's just to give you a sense of scale at how dramatic this was. Sorry to interrupt, though. David, would you like to have an input on what your initial thoughts when this eruption occurred? What did you think initially?
Well, it's still not over. Would I be right to say that it's actually died down? Or there's been other eruptions? I'm just keeping an eye on the information on the Twitter platform. Communications remain down, and that's flowing from the possible cut to the cable. We're preparing emergency funding and support. IFRC Asia Pacific, the Asia Pacific office of the International Federation of Red Cross, they're mobilising, but they haven't heard from their colleagues in Tonga. And the National Weather Service Los Angeles, Nelson, you might be able to help me with this. Tsunami advisory remains in effect for coastal areas of US Obispo, Santa Barbara counties.
I will take a look at that for you to see if that's correct. Yeah, tsunami advisory has been canceled for the coastal areas of Los Angeles, Ventura counties, but they remain in effect for, as you said, San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. So it looks like they're gradually phasing them out. The closer that they are to the South Pacific, I mean, it's only a matter of miles, so in reality, it's nothing. But yeah, they are beginning to be canceled across the U.S. West Coast, but tsunami advisories are still in effect on the U.S. West Coast as well.
It's been and as I said, it's been a global situation. The shockwave was heard within a radius of about 5,000 kilometers on all sides. In fact, in Alaska, in Anchorage, there were several verifiable reports of a shockwave being heard and felt. I believe Fiji has got reports of shattered windows there due to how massive this shockwave was. Our lovely community here at Force 13 has said that some people have been saying that this shockwave was like rolling thunder but louder. So would have been a very scary thing to have one dinner in Fiji. You having a lovely meal, and the next minute you hear some dramatic thunderclaps. That would have been a very scary situation to be in. And it looks like the real problems are sort of just getting started, with communication still down around Tonga. We're not seeing we're not getting as good of news reports as we should be getting, or we hope to be getting, as I muddled my words there. But it would be good to hear what is going on in Tonga, just so that we can, I don't know, maybe breathe a sigh of relief to make sure that Tonga is okay, even though it doesn't look like some parts of Tonga are going to be okay, doused in thick ash. What is the situation in the main island? Well, the main island would be the capital island in Tonga. I believe the situation there right now, it's under control from what we've been hearing, but we're not 100% sure of the extent of the damage, or if there is damage and that's sort of jazz. We're not 100% sure yet because, as I said, the communications are still down. So if you do have family in Tonga or around the main island of Tonga and they have contact with you, please do tell us what they are experiencing, what they are feeling over in Tonga. We need as many reports as possible to help out the public. Would anyone else like to have oh, hang on, we've just got tsunami advisories on the coast, and here's tsunami advisory in Japan, which I'll send through. We'll hopefully see that up on stream. David, do you see the tsunami advisories in the Australian route? It looks like tsunami advisories are still in place. Most of the Japanese coastline facing the South Pacific.
I'm just reading a news item. Apology, viewers, if I change the scenery. The musical channel is going to clash with the live audio, so I'm just going to leave the screen the way it is. However, NDTV is reporting that the US Geological Survey recorded Saturday's eruption equivalent to a magnitude 5.8 earthquake at 0 depth.
Violent.
Yeah, the full extent of the damage in Tonga was unclear Sunday, with communication lines down. A 1.2 metre, 4-foot wave swept ashore in the Tongan capital, with locals reporting that they fled to higher grounds, leaving behind flooded houses, some with structural damage, small stones and ash falling from the sky. New Zealand scientist Marco Brenner, a senior lecturer at Otago's University School of Geology, described the impact of the eruption as relatively mild, but said another eruption with a bigger impact could not be ruled out. Waves of around 1.2 meters hit along Japan's Pacific coast, with the JMA warning waves as high as 3 meters were possible. In New Zealand, more than 2,300 kilometers from Tonga, 120 people were evacuated from northern coastal areas. Several boats destroyed when a huge wave crashed into a marina. Australia's popular Bondi Beach was briefly evacuated as a precaution, while in California, coastal streets in Santa Cruz were awash and closed to traffic. The National Weather Service up there in Alaska reported the Alaska Volcano Observatory had recorded the eruption in Anchorage and Fairbanks, 6,000 miles from the volcano. The Fife, that's F-I-F-E, weather station in Scotland, treated it was just incredible to think of the power that can send a shockwave around the world. After the eruptions produced a jump in air pressure, and viewers, Josh is in Perth, WA. His weather station recorded a drop of 2 millibars.
And then an increase of 2 millibars.
So it went both directions.
Yep, it went both directions. It was a very powerful shockwave. All right, we've got plenty of messages coming through right now. Thank you so much for sending them through. Let's have a look at this. Stay safe and alert. It might erupt again. It certainly is possible that this volcano could erupt again. So we've also got reports in Ontario that we had something similar to thunder. That was probably the shockwave for sure. The shockwave was heard around the world. It was felt around the world, and it was detected on weather stations all around the world. So what are the long-term effects of the eruption, and is the likely VEI, Volcanic Explosivity Index? The likely VEI right now is something we cannot say, considering we haven't got scientists on the ground or scientists analysing this closely, because of just Tonga has been flipped on its head, considering how powerful this eruption is. But it is safe to assume that this would be a VEI 4. It's certainly likely that it could be up to VEI 5, though. The long-term effects of this eruption, well, the short-term effects, at least, will certainly be a slightly cooler planet. We'll definitely be seeing some lower temperatures across the world over the coming few months because of this eruption. Probably a drop by about 1 degree Celsius to 2 degrees Fahrenheit, but really long-term effects likely not going to happen. It shouldn't kickstart an ice age at this stage, but a more violent eruption from any volcano around the world could certainly do that. We need to respect how powerful these volcanoes are. And you are right in saying that this volcano was beautiful when it erupted. The images that we got out, both satellite and of the ash plume, were beautiful, yet reminded us just how powerful this thing was, and just how damaging and dangerous and deadly and all those other little bits and bobs that these volcanoes are. This is a tragic event, that's for sure, and a bad way to start 2022 Tonga. Loving the coverage and understanding the explanations. Thank you. The kind words really do mean a lot to the team, so thank you so much for sending them through. But without any further rambling on, it does look like we still have all of those warnings out. The next advisory is due to be issued at, let's see here, 2:55 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time. That would be 4:55 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday, the 16th of January. So we're waiting for that brand new advisory to come out regarding the Australian tsunami situation. But at this stage, the main threat does seem to be the problem we're getting with aftershock earthquakes. We're getting earthquakes every couple of hours up there around Tonga, and also the threat of secondary eruptions, smaller eruptions. We've seen about far today, where the volcano sort of sends off maybe about half an hour of ash into the atmosphere. Which isn't a problem as such, not a Tonga, but it is something to remind us that this volcano is still very active and still willing to throw an eruption out. Your friend from Australia said that you said that there is a chance that there could be an eruption worse than this. Kickstarting a nuclear winter would be impossible, considering that this is a volcano, and volcanoes are thankfully not nuclear. However, the Tonga Navy is on site. They have been on site with the volcano. They're not on the island, of course, but they are around it, and they are they are monitoring the situation quite closely, and rightfully so, because this is a very serious situation for Tonga, the country, and surrounding nations as well. The island change in the major eruption. Well, the island was an entire island, but it's actually been split in two, and the rock that was ejected out of the middle fell in the ocean and actually caused this tsunami. So about half a cubic kilometer of rock landed in the Pacific Ocean and has started this major tsunami that we are seeing travel the world at this time. Will Victoria see the effects of this tsunami? It's not likely at this stage. However, there is a warning for the far northeastern parts of the Victorian coastline. The warning, the marine warning, was cancelled for areas between Gabbo Island and Bairnsdale. I believe that is how it is said, down to Edison Point in Tasmania. But it doesn't look like Victoria will be seeing much in the way of a tsunami here. However, dangerous rip currents are likely over the entire eastern seaboard. Regardless of a tsunami or not, the amount of water that is moving around is significant enough to cause some fairly significant rip currents. What would David? Would you like to say something regarding your initial reaction to the volcano, or how you feel about what this volcano problems that it is going to cause for Australia?
Well, the eruption, as we know, sent shockwaves right around the world. And I'm just reading a couple of news items. I'm not sure who the author is. Our research into these earlier eruptions suggests the one yesterday is one of the massive explosions the volcano is capable of producing roughly every 1,000 years. Why are the volcano's eruptions so highly explosive, given that seawater should cool the magma down? If magma rises into seawater slowly, even at temperatures of about 1200 Celsius, a thin film of steam forms between the magma and water, providing a layer of insulation to allow the outer surface of the magma to cool. But this process doesn't work when the magma is blasted out of the ground full of volcanic gas. When magma enters the water rapidly, any steam layers are quickly disrupted, bringing hot magma in direct contact with cold water. Now, we go back to when Nathan was in the stream. I drew his attention to something that I put to Josh, and I've got on the screen the Himalaya 8 satellite imagery, one of a few, and I drew Josh's attention to the center of the satellite imagery, and I asked Josh what direction does a tropical cyclone travel, the winds, and we referred northern hemisphere as anti-clockwise, the southern hemisphere is clockwise, and a couple of viewers actually picked up on the question that I put, drawing attention to the anti-clockwise motion.
Yeah.
Now, I mentioned that to Nathan, and the imagery when he came on wasn't showing it. And Josh, what was your explanation? It was anti-clockwise motion. How high was that in the atmosphere, and how high did the ash cloud go?
The volcanic ash was ejected approximately 60 kilofeet into the atmosphere, 60,000 feet, which is about, off the top of my head, it's about 18 kilometers, which is above where the tropopause is in the South Pacific region. And essentially what that means is that the volcanic ash was pushing on the of space itself. It was ejected that high. And when it started to descend, it passed through an upper level high pressure system, which caused the ash to start rotating anticyclonically or counterclockwise. And that made it look like a tropical cyclone in the northern hemisphere, or a hurricane or a typhoon or something like that, something of that sort. So that was interesting to see, that's for sure. It's an interesting one. The volcano certainly had a couple of quite unusual characteristics, and a question that a lot of people have been throwing around was, because they looked at the sheer amount of stuff ejected by the volcano, is this volcano like Krakatoa or like Mount Pinatubo? Pinatubo. Well, this volcano is comparable to Pinatubo because, well, it's ejected a very similar amount of ash into the upper atmosphere, So it's likely going to be about the same score as Pinatubo. It's also very similar to Mount St. Helens of the 1980s, I believe 1980. It's slightly stronger than Krakatoa by definition of the amount of ash ejected into the atmosphere. However, Krakatoa's eruption does take the cake for being the most violent eruption in history, purely because of how just the boom that it produced was heard around the world. It was absolutely crazy, that's for sure. And yes, weather satellites have caught the footage from this. The volcano itself was absolutely nuts. It was how fast it went up, how quick it exploded was amazing. It was really, really weird. It was something that I haven't seen before. Personally, I've not seen a volcano blow up on high resolution satellite data. And yeah, you could see the explosion with ex-tropical cyclone Cody. Now, I'm seeing a lot of people throw around Yellowstone next. Now, Yellowstone is certainly set on eruption by this volcano, that's for sure. So you can sleep tight tonight. Volcanoes don't really set up other volcanoes for an eruption. They do every now and then, but not really that often. So Yellowstone shouldn't erupt as a result of this eruption. However, Yellowstone remains a supervolcano and is a threat to erupt, but in the next 100,000 years. It's not expected to erupt this year, that's for sure. And yes, this volcano is part of an older volcanic caldera. That means that this caldera that blew up this volcano has been around for quite a while. It actually has been erupting for the past month or so and has caused some problems recently. But yesterday's eruption was, by a long shot, the most violent eruption we have seen, for 30 years probably. It's been huge. It has. The eruption was just gigantic. Were there planes in the area? No. We actually looked on Flight Radar at the last stream. There was no planes in the area of this of the volcano, and rightfully so. There wasn't any like a couple of 100 kilometers away, but all planes were avoiding it like plague, which is really good. We haven't had any plane crashes, and I don't think we've had any confirmed. We might have had one or two fatalities so far, but I haven't seen any confirmed reports of fatalities. And yeah, weather satellites have. The footage that we have seen has been absolutely mental. It's the footage that we've seen on IR satellite imagery and also real life imagery, people going up close to the volcano. It's been absolutely shocking. It has. It's been dramatic. It's been scary at the same time as it's been beautiful. No, there's no planes at this time, and there was no planes at the time of the eruption, thankfully, because if this volcano went off underneath a plane, that would be catastrophic, to say the least. Is this going to happen again? Likely not. An eruption of this scale generally happens once every 30 years, although scientists have been around the idea that this volcano is a potential to erupt violently once again, which would be quite scary indeed. Is there a possibility that the eruption could come from the old that came from? I think that this might have been an entirely new magma chamber. I've been doing a little bit of research in it, but due to the amount of coverage that I have been providing with the host of this stream, David, I haven't really had time to do research. So some of the information in this might be a little bit dodgy. So please don't hold me to that. It is certainly not my intention to hand out false information. Was there lightning caught in the footage of the ash cloud? Yes, there. What happens with these volcanoes is the violent updraft that occurs pushes a lot of moisture into the upper atmosphere, which is how thunderstorms form, and it cools and condenses, and we had a cumulonimbus thundercloud, and that caused lightning in the actual ash cloud, which makes it an entirely scarier situation, that's for sure. Thankfully, lightning in an ash cloud is pretty much the least of you. The ash cloud is churning out gas at the same time as it is large rocks, hot rocks, and all that sort of jargon. Will the amount of ash damage Tonga and beyond and cause freshwater shortages? Not likely to cause freshwater shortages, but it could certainly cause power outages, darkness for a few days, and the amount of ash has actually been clearing, but it definitely gave Tonga quite a decent dusting, that's for sure. National Geographic has a good article on this. Well, it'd be really good to see a National Geographic article on this, but streaming right now, so it will be quite hard for me to pull up one, unfortunately. If you are enjoying the live coverage that we are providing, please like button and also subscribe, because a bit helps out. We're looking to grow the channel as well. There's plenty more content to come, so make sure you are subscribed for that. Without any further jargon, if you have any questions, please be sure to send them. We're eager to take them, excited to take them, and if you do have actual live reports from the volcano site or on Tonga or somewhere around there, please do send them in. We'd be excited to hear them, that is sure.
And I'm going to cut in, Josh. I've just come back in the studio. Nelson, here's one for you. The CEDR Digital Corps is reporting that the tsunami advisory has been lifted for Ragged Point to Devonport, CA. Advisory remains in place for Wincon Point to Ragged Point, and I think it's Humboldt /DEL Naughty County line to the Oregon border.
Just got a message. There is actually a water shortage apparently due to the contamination of rainwater tanks and reservoirs in Tonga, which I didn't think of, and that is certainly going to be a problem, because the foreign aid relief from this volcano is going to be quite a tricky one, considering how powerful the eruption was, the risk of earthquakes, and also the tsunami risk we have right now. So foreign aid will be hard and challenging to get into Tonga. We're hoping that this process can be streamlined, but unfortunately it looks like things are going to be challenging to get stuff in. If you are in a position to do so, it would be a very kind gesture to donate, but I can't recommend any donation sites at this time. Can I explain the current visual, please? David, I think that might be one for you. What are we looking at on the satellite imagery right now?
The Himawawi 8 satellite imagery. Is it the water vapor one?
Yeah, we are.
So I'm just trying to find the volcano. I don't know. It's hard to.
The volcano is, I think it's that deep red patch, from what I can see. No, hang on. I don't think that this is centered. I can get some brand new imagery up. More than happy to do so. But at this stage, I don't think the volcano will be too distinct, considering that the eruption has died down significantly. But David, I did give you some of that satellite imagery. Could you pull that up on stream? We can have a little gander at that. Has any country announced assistance for Tonga yet? I don't think any country has officially announced assistance. Maybe New Zealand could.
What have I done? Hang
on. Let's have a look here. It seems like when volcano these parts, it does one explosion, it then builds up to then a bigger one soon after. There is certainly right now a risk for another eruption. Whether it is as big as the initial one that we've seen, or the initial two eruptions that we've seen, is still sort of out there, as a little bit wacky to make predictions at. But there is certainly still the risk of an eruption at this time. All right, let's have a... Yes, so New Zealand has announced standby. It would shock me if Australia assistance to Tonga, considering our close relations with the island nation. But at this stage, it certainly does look like Tonga is going to need all the assistance it can get. It really is in quite a pickle right now. And as we have said, contamination of water sources and the fact that there's probably in some places a foot of ash covering most places. So Don, you felt the booms and bangs at 4 a.m. in Alaska. Woken. Apparently, the eruption was incredibly violent over was incredibly violent in Tonga, and the shockwave has been equally violent around the world, which is scary. It kind of gives you an idea of the power that this volcano has, thrown at us, thrown right in our face. Yes, there are still eruptions and tsunamis. Yes, the eruptions will continue for probably the next couple of weeks or so, maybe even longer. Earthquakes will also continue, thus the tsunami threat will certainly not die down. However, the earthquakes and eruptions will progressively get weaker and weaker and weaker, which will hopefully decrease the threat that we have. However, I'm not going to be putting any money on that. As scientists have said, the risk of a major eruption remains low, but it remains there. Well, that certainly does seem to be a concern. That's for sure. Yeah, seems like we've lost audio, David.
Apology. I put myself on mute because I left the studio for a minute. Okay, now.
Sorry about everyone.
I'm going to say it. I know if Nathan Phil 13 was here, he would pick up one of my lines. It does happen. Anyway, beside the point, the undersea volcano that erupted near Tonga, sending a massive wave surge through the Pacific Ocean, could erupt again within days. But Saturday's blast was likely the biggest we will experience, an expert says. Shane Cronin, Professor of Earth Sciences at the University of Auckland, spent 6 nights camped on the volcano back in 2015.
Wow.
After the last series of eruptions, as part of the team, the doctor ran tests across the area to study the volcanic behaviour taking place below the ocean surface to determine the likelihood of future eruptions. The team found evidence of regular big ones occurring roughly every 1,000 years. The last one was around the year 1100. It seemed likely the area was headed for another large-scale eruptive sequence. This week, a sequence that started with smaller eruptions, shooting smoke and ash into the air, accumulated in a massive surge that was captured in satellite footage, as has been shown. When I look at the past deposits from this volcano, there's evidence for many eruptions during each episode. So, there could be more chapters to come in this story. Whilst this latest eruption could very well be the big one, the doctor said it was possible that more and bigger eruptions could follow.
David, can I just interrupt there? Can we please pull up the image that I sent in the Australian room? Can we please look at the flooding from the tsunami in Santa Cruz in California? We have a this morning we had a fairly last night in California time. We had a tsunami go across the coast there on the west coast of the United States, registering about I think it was about a 3-foot high tsunami, I believe, something to that degree. Could we pull that up on stream to have a little look at it, have a little gander at it?
Now, which one do you want me to bring up? Because I'm just scrolling back through. See, Nelson has...
right there, that I've just sent it through right now.
Hang on.
Let's have a little look at that, because you can see water is where water is not meant to be, essentially meaning that there has been significant coastal inundation in Santa Cruz, California. And I know plenty of us did not expect that West Coast tsunami, but we have seen it. And I can see a couple of people in the live chat asking, are we expecting a tsunami on the West Coast? Well, the tsunami has already occurred on the West Coast, and it has came with quite a bit of fury, as we can see on the stream. Is it up? Yeah, you can see that on the stream right now, that cars have been flooded. Water level is probably about 3 to 5 feet above the highest astronomical tides in that area, which is quite a serious increase, that's for sure. Peru, we've got confirmed fatalities from the tsunami as well, which is tragic news indeed. It should have been the volcano that would have been the deadly part, but unfortunately, this larger than expected tsunami has been the cause of the first confirmed fatalities, which is tragic indeed, from the eruption at Hunga Tonga-Hunga Ha'apai Volcano. Do we have any other questions or comments that would like to be answered by the team?
What I will, in continuance to this news item, the 2015 eruptions created a new cone largely consisting of lava and ash that joined the islands into one mass, but we know that the island has been split in two.
All right, let's have a little look at the chats again. All right, so got some lovely messages coming through, so thank you so much, everyone, for kind words. Did Peru have warnings? I would imagine that Peru would have at least issued a warning when they are to tsunamis, but I'm unaware of warnings in Peru. It would be a very sad case if they didn't have warnings there, because that would have certainly cost lives, that's for sure. It looks like we might be seeing another eruption, actually, right now. Hang on, am I looking in the right spot? Might be seeing another minor eruption just poked through on the satellite imagery, actually. No, sort of the remnants of one. The volcano itself has actually been frequent minor eruptions out. It has just small eruptions, nothing, which is what it sort of does. It's a bit like it's clearing its throat, not for a big eruption, but it is sort of just throwing out a little bit of ash here and there to remind us that it is still a very active and dangerous volcano. Earthquakes on the west coast from the San Andreas fault release going wild. is there lots of earthquakes over on the San Andreas Fault? Because a lot of people have been talking about the big one, the big earthquake over there, and plenty of, I'm not an expert in the topic, but however, plenty of smaller earthquakes could hint at the fact that we might be seeing a couple of larger shocks, that's for sure. Oh, just got news. We have a tsunami advisory continuing from Davenport, California to Rincon Point near Santa Barbara. That includes the locations in the San Francisco Bay Area. No, hang on, not San Francisco Bay Area, but a tsunami advisory has been cancelled for the North California coastline, including the San Francisco Bay Area, but is still in effect for the orange highlighted area on the map, which, David, could you please pull up on the stream? We have a map for the current warnings and watches, or current watches in effect, tsunami advisories in effect for the Southern California or Central California coastline. So, are we having a tsunami on the west coast or not?
And apology, viewers, Josh is having a technical issue. Josh, try again, mate.
Is my audio not coming through?
I think a little bit, probably the mic gain turned down a little bit. That might stop the breakage.
Sorry about that.
But continue, mate.
Internet connection. But as you can see on stream, we have that tsunami advisory in place extending from Davenport, California, down to Rincon Point near Santa Barbara. That does now exclude the San Francisco Bay Area. The there has been cancelled. Let's have a little look. So, that location there. Vanuatu on Fiji. Yes, thunderstorms will continue to blast in the area. However, significant thunderstorms and tropical activity will be suppressed in the region due to the amount of dry air that has been blasted into the upper atmosphere by the volcano, which is good news indeed. It might give us a little bit of relief to that volcano, although we do have a nice, not relief to the volcano, relief to the rain and tropical activity that we've been seeing in the southern hemisphere so far, which is good news indeed. We do want to see that suppression of tropical activity. I've just noticed that the channel has ticked over 3,000 subscribers, so thank you so much everyone for pitching in and helping. It has been a real pleasure to present the live coverage.
And I'm going to break in that the
Sure.
New Zealand Prime Minister is being reported. The New Zealand Prime Minister has formally said that her country is very concerned at what has taken place over in Tonga, and she has pledged assistance with further help possible. So that is breaking news from the New Zealand Prime Minister. And parts of the Tongan capital suffered significant damage in a powerful volcanic eruption, but as Josh touched on, no reports of injury or deaths. Communications with the Pacific Island has been cut since yesterday, and it looks like the undersea cable has been cut. And a significant impact on the foreshore on the northern side of the island, with boats and large boulders wash ashore, and the city or town is covered in a thick film of volcanic dust, but conditions are calm and stable.
Well, certainly some scary reports coming out of Tonga, that is for sure. Not a place that I would like to be right now. Interesting question. Will the instability affect other nearby volcanoes? Likely not at this stage. It might. I think earthquakes do have a possibility of shaking other volcanoes awake, but I don't think this volcanic eruption was powerful enough to blast the entire Pacific plate into space. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't think this should shake awake too many volcanoes at Ennies. Nothing happening here in Queensland, Australia. That is news indeed. I think Queensland, Australia has actually been protected by New Caledonia from this event. However, New South Wales has copped it right on the chin, that's for sure. Very decent tsunami heights have been reported over in New South Wales as a result of this tsunami and earthquake. Up to around 2 meters, apparently, we've been seeing tsunami heights in the region.
Do you know the exact location?
No, I don't actually, but I think it's extending between Cape Byron. The serious stuff has been extending between Cape Byron off the top of my head.
Yep.
However, I'm yet to verify those.
And Cape Byron is just, it's probably about 3.5 hours drive south from my location. And Byron Bay, there is a streaming camera that I can bring up, which I'll probably do. It'll go. There's a few webcams down along the New South Wales coast, and I'll just bring one up. Ballina, I think that's the closest one. And coming up, let's see if it's going to load for me. And coming up shortly.
Let's have a little look here. Could this cause earthquakes? Well, already we've had some pretty decent earthquakes reported around the volcano site. The ground is indeed very unstable. The eruption itself was equivalent to a magnitude 5.8 earthquake at surface level, which is a very powerful quake indeed. That is a significant earthquake, and at surface level, significant damage would have been anticipated from that. Thankfully, it was over a populated area. However, more earthquakes, aftershocks, and that sort of jazz are expected as time ticks on. Could you imagine being the guy that has to dive to repair the cable underwater? Well, I imagine that the cable will be repaired robotically, and we really are hoping that it gets repaired soon so we can connect with the Tonga population and see what is going on over there, get our first images out. But it certainly would be a very scary time if you were in Tonga, that is for sure. Tsunami advisories from Hokkaido to South China Sea has been cancelled. Tsunami advisories from Kagoshima east to Chiba Prefecture is also cancelled, so it looks like the Japanese side of things is improving. And I see that we are getting a webcam up on stream right now. David, would you like to take us through?
Unfortunately, the webcams are playing up, and this is Treat Heads, which is north of Byron. So we'll switch down to Brunswick Heads. That's closer to Byron Bay, Ballina. And now this one is a little bit better. So this is Brunswick Heads on the northern New South Wales coast.
Alright, let me a little at this. Oh, so we do have, I mean, it looks fairly normal over there now, but I can thankfully see no one on the beach, so it looks like people are heeding the warnings, which is a good sign to see for sure. We should be seeing people. If you are under a warning from this, you need to follow all advice from the officials, because it could really save your life. We've had 2 here in Australia already. Need that number down rapidly, and this is a good chance for us to express how mature we are with following our local authorities. Lord Howe Island would be worst affected with low-lying areas. Yes, the low-lying areas of Island did actually a little bit of beating, I would imagine, considering how they did issue the tsunami warning there, the land warning, and actually did undergo an evacuation around Lord Howe Island, which I can imagine would have been quite tense for residents of the island. However, it does look like worst has passed for that area, and conditions will definitely be easing now. Low-lying areas over on Howe Island, coastal inundation, I believe, which was not good, but I think that was just for real low-lying areas, beaches, and to get my words out at this time. Right. Let's see. Baja California is. I think at this stage, Baja California, okay, with the it's fairly protected by islands and that sort of jazz. So hopefully Baja will be okay. It shouldn't receive too much in the way of impacts from tsunami. Do we have anything else from the team that anyone wants to talk about? Narrate, take us. Like to take us.
The ABC is reporting that hundreds of thousands of people in Japan have been advised to evacuate. But this is earlier, so NHK, public broadcaster, reported about 230,000 people were advised to evacuate across 8 prefectures due to the tsunami risk. And this included areas hit by the 2011 tsunami. And I'm just trying to bring up some satellite imagery. We'll go back to this one.
Now let's see what's happening. Is it features? David, take us through this satellite band that we're seeing. I know people have been questioned about is in this satellite frame, so please tell us, take us.
If we, I'm looking at the pink. If we go from left to right, you see, I'm going to use the first square. East of what is it? Vanuatu. I think it's Vanuatu coming across, and I'm looking. You can see the islands. So yep. I'm looking at the red through pink on the second line. I'm not sure what degrees that is. It's on the 21 and probably about 10 degrees. It's just where that big two islands. Yeah, I say that's where it is.
David, I'm going to pull up some brand new satellite image mesosector stuff. We chuck that on stream and have a little gander at that and see what is going on. I'll load it up right now, but please continue taking us at right now. Is there any new volcanic bursts, or is the volcano all down? How much ash is actually?
I think we sorry, I'm just
no, that's fine.
It's been so active, and I think it has quieted down, but that professor said one can't take their eyes off it. We could see a bigger one. But I keep in the back of my mind, the Vanuatu volcanoes, and if one of them was to erupt, Queensland would be probably in trouble.
Yeah. All right. I've sent some brand new imagery in the Australian stream. That's it.
Okay, coming up now.
Go. So this imagery that's just about to be pulled up is mesosector, which means it dates every minute it does. So it's very high resolution, it's rapid scan stuff. We can see pretty much everything going on in the volcano very quickly, which is, it doesn't look like there's any, oh, hang on a second, I see an eruption. David, when you put this imagery up, could you zoom right into the epicenter of the volcano, right in the center of the screen? What's going on? I think we're seeing another fire in the middle, certainly in its early stages eruption, but you can see a very distinct dot of red in the center of that convective mess, and that is definitely the start of a brand new eruption, which could spew out even more ash. It likely won't cause too much in the way of problems, but still one that we may need to watch. That's for sure at this stage. If you aren't a fan of live coverage, and I know people like us hours and we do produce video updates on the channel. You can check them out by clicking at the channel icon down below and find every time we to have a look here. The Baja California remains on. I actually believe that there has been much has been cancelled. However, correct me. Vesuvius has been active for the last few days. That likely wouldn't have any connection with volcanic eruption. However, it does raise an interesting. The Vesuvius eruption of AD 70, that famous, that actually is to a similar magnitude of the eruption that we have seen right now. It's a very major eruption that we have witnessed right now, and the Vesuvius one is a to compare it to, actually. Cutting in and out my microphone is, I apologize for the lack of audio. It is quite hard to get good audio. I'm that.
All right. I'll let you have a break. 10 boats capsized in the Kochi prefecture on Shikoku Island in southern Japan, NHK said, and Japan Airlines cancelled 27 flights at airports across the country. Witnesses in Tonga said the blast shook the earth for several minutes and sounded like rumbling thunder. And the sonic boom clearly heard in Fiji, 1,000 kilometres from the eruption, even detected as far away as Alaska, more than 9,000 kilometres away. It was heard around 3:30 a.m. National Weather Service Alaska region put out a Twitter posting.
Well, let's have a look here. The pyroclastic flows is what characterized such a eruption, and thankfully an island, well, it is on an island. It's now on 2 islands, considering how violent the eruption was. So pyroclastic flow, big worry. It's the ash that's the main concern at this time, which basically puts this eruption going to be less deadly than the Vesuvius one volcano itself. But the amount of ash ejected is to the Vesuvius. I'm sorry for some people in that regard there. If the sea crust splits and comes into contact with magma, what is the result? You get a bursting phase, where the seawater expands so rapidly, being superheated by the magma that it explodes essentially. And if you have enough of this explosion, it can cause a very significant, which is a worrying sign indeed. And thankfully, it doesn't happen very often. The La Palma volcano was erupting again. The La Palma situation was one that was mentioned and of high concern recently. However, right now, La Palma, compared to this event, is of quite low concern considering how powerful this volcanic eruption was.
ABC, Josh, just some local news. Bureau of Meteorology has reported large waves observed on Australia's east coast, Queensland's Gold Coast, seeing waves of up to 0.82 metres, and Twofold Bay in southern New South Wales, 0.77. Norfolk Island observed waves of up to 1.27 metres.
Sheesh. Yeah, waves have certainly been quite high as a result from this volcano. Concerningly high as well, not just a couple of feet high. It's been several feet high, up to around, in some places, 6 feet. Vanuatu, I believe, had 8 feet high waves, which is scary indeed. 8 feet, that is a significant tsunami, that's for sure, yeah. And it doesn't seem like the situation is going to start easing anytime soon. As we said earlier, earthquakes and more volcanic eruptions will continue, and that essentially means that we will see more of these probably smaller tsunami threats, but we can't be ruling out small tsunamis over the coming few days as the volcano sort of just clears its throat again. Is there a possibility that this eruption was just a magmatic eruption? I know what type of eruption this was. I can't pronounce the word, but I don't think it was that type, unfortunately. It was a powerful eruption, that's for sure. So thank you for confusing me, and I don't have an answer for that question, but I will get back to it hopefully later. Is there any other questions or comments that we'd like to... hang on a second. We've just had something very helpful posted in the Australian region. David, can you please pull this up on stream? And I will take it through the viewers, because this is a very, very interesting little diagram that we have of the volcano. But in the meantime, what kind of effect will this amount of ash have on global temperatures? Well, at this stage, the effect will be minimal, probably a decrease in temperatures for the next few months of around 2 degrees Fahrenheit or 1 degree Celsius. But we cannot be ruling out a more long-term situation with more eruptions and more ash being ejected into the atmosphere, maybe up to a year's worth of cooler temperatures. But all in all, it's not going to have a huge effect on the world climate, which I guess is good news, because I think the last thing that we need right now with the situation of global warming is temporary cooling and then rapid heating up again. So yeah, it will be a minimal effect on temperatures. Is it still erupting? I saw a pic on Twitter, but no sign of activity. It's still blowing some gas into the air. It is. It's still erupting in a minor phase. It isn't erupting as violently as we've seen, but it is still certainly erupting. Thank you, Rebel, for the kind words. Does help a lot. All right.
And Josh, the joint, the Joint Australian Tsunami Warning Centre, continues to have in place the tsunami warning for Lord Howe Island. So that is for marine. The tsunami warning remains current.
Yep.
And Norfolk Island is the same. So the tsunami warning remains in place for Norfolk Island and Lord Howe Island. So what does that mean? Another wave coming in?
I think that means that waves are still likely to continue, unfortunately. So we're going to be seeing these aftershock earthquakes and maybe a couple more eruptions that could chuck more large chunks of rock into the ocean, which will cause minor tsunamis. Thankfully, it seems like the worst tsunamis are over, but there is still certainly a possibility of another tsunami threat coming from this volcano. I've just noted that we have the image pulled up on stream right now. So this is an image of the Hunga Tonga Volcano, or Hunga Tonga-Hunga Ha'apai Volcano Islands. Now, they were two islands separate, and then they were joined in 2014, 2015. Because of the continental drift, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, that the craters have been moving steadily along. There's lots of lava domes across this area. It's about 10 kilometers wide. It is this sort of island chain, and then you've got the big caldera in the middle. So what happened is the 2014 to 2015 cone went kaboom. It ejected all of that rock into the Pacific Ocean. The caldera collapsed, and you had a tsunami born from that, a significant tsunami at that. It was not a small tsunami for sure. At this stage, or it actually seems to, people are thinking that people are thinking that there is going to be a dramatic cooling in temperatures. Well, snow in Queensland is a possibility in the upper mountains. This volcanic eruption is going to have pretty much no effect on who gets snow when. And yeah, it doesn't seem like that is going to affect climate that much. There's a seismograph in California measure the eruption. You felt it there in the Bay Area last night. Well, the thing with California is it gets a lot of these small earthquakes. They're very frequent over in California, unfortunately. So it might have just been one of those. However, pressure changes were felt worldwide, and that is what has caused such that was caused by such the very powerful eruption initially. Thankfully, though, I don't think the shockwave would have been felt itself in California, which is good. However, David, did you hear anything in Queensland?
No.
No? Because we've had reports of people hearing the eruption in Sydney and also in Adelaide as well. I haven't heard any reports of people hearing the eruption over in Perth, Australia, but it's been detected on barometers all across the world. The massive shockwave. It was a very, very big shockwave that was experienced worldwide, which caused dramatic pressure fluctuations.
I will have to have a look at the Bureau of Meteorology's observation pages for, well, one that I looked at earlier today was Cape Moreton, because Moreton Bay was under a tsunami warning.
Yeah.
Fraser Island. So I'll have to look at the observation pages to see any pressure drops or increases. However, the Joint Australian Tsunami Warning Centre will update information around 17 and 20 hours daylight saving time.
Yeah. I'm actually looking at a personal weather station in Suva, Fiji, and I'm going to try and find the pressure change, and I'll see if I can pull that up on stream. It looks like it was out all of yesterday because of the ash, unfortunately. Just to get an idea of how violent the shockwave was, but I've got a contact in Melbourne, meteorologist down in Melbourne. Apparently what happened is that this pressure shockwave altered the pressure by around 2 millibars, which is a difference of 120 meters in, well, atmospheric terms, which means that the pressure shockwave ruptured clouds by 240 meters. So it bounced clouds around by about 240 meters, which, if you're not getting any of this, don't worry. It is a fairly complex equation. It means that the pressure wave was 240 meters high. It's essentially a 240 meter high wave of air moving through the atmosphere at the speed of sound. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. But if you guys heard or felt the pressure wave, please do tell us what you experienced over in your location. Seems like New Zealand was a bit hit and miss. Some places heard it and some places didn't hear it. So I guess that is good news if you didn't hear it.
A new
But
earthquake
tell
has
us if
been
you've got any
detected.
damage in your location as well. Please let us know. It really does help when we are
A
on air.
magnitude 3.8 earthquake has occurred
just
88 miles or
cut
141
into the
kilometers from
earthquake
Waishanga,
interface.
New Zealand,
And
5 minutes ago.
apology, Josh. The automated voice has just kicked in.
This earthquake was located near latitude
what I've brought up
35.79
is the
south,
Himawari 8.
longitude
I think it's the water
176.60 east,
vapor
and has a
visible.
depth of
It's currently showing on the
244.82
screen,
miles,
so
or 394.00 kilometers.
Try and cut that audio. Okay, it should be back. So here's another Himawari 8 satellite imagery loop of the region. And viewers, we have invested 91p in the Vanuatu region. Also 92p, I think it's Tropical Disturbance 03F. It's been tagged by Fiji, and I have no doubt that the eruption will impact the atmospheric conditions, and what is the time? 3:29. Well, I'm just going to have a look at the Bureau of Meteorology. I want to see what's going on in the Coral Sea. It's clear, and the Gulf of Carpentaria. Viewers, just sidetracking from the volcano eruption for a minute. Ex-tropical cyclone Tiffany remains inland over the northern interior in Western Australia, and it's expected to move southeast, re-entering the Northern Territory late today or early Monday, before, and question mark, finally weakening later on Monday. Severe weather warning and a flood watch remain in place for the southwest Northern Territory. So, but the underwater volcano with the ash, Josh, do we know which direction the ash is travelling?
Well, the ash actually, contrary to what we all thought last night, it sort of just stayed in one spot. It travelled slowly towards the west, and it did nearly make it to New Caledonia. Well, it was still a couple of 100 kilometres offshore, and then it, because the sinking rate just got too fast, it just sort of collapsed into the ocean, which means that no land areas apart from Tonga and southern parts of Fiji got the ash, and fortunately it seems to have all dissipated into the ocean, which is good news. But correct me if I'm wrong, if you're watching from New Caledonia or Vanuatu and you've received a dusting of ash, please tell us about that. Let's have a look around. Do we have any other questions or comments that people would like answered? Where would the ashes drift? Well, like we just said, the ashes sort of just sunk into the ocean and will dissipated, really, which is good. No location is going to get a serious dusting of ash, fortunately, and it seems like that is going to be the case for about now.
And welcome to Social Fork from New Zealand. Just wondering, North or South Island? And what are you hearing on the ground from New Zealand? I mentioned that the New Zealand Prime Minister has responded on behalf of her government. And we're off to a hectic, I won't say hectic, interesting start to the new year, and I've been thinking about whether this underwater volcano will activate other volcanoes in the area. I'm always cautious of the three up in the Vanuatu region.
Had an interesting comment. Do we expect pumice rafting or pumice rafting? I don't think so at this stage, which is good, but we could certainly be seeing some pumice or volcanic rocks make their way into the ocean, and, well, if they can float, and they could float with the currents, which I believe will take it towards Queensland. I'll verify that, though. But we could certainly be seeing some of this pumice end up on Australian shores. That's that sort of stuff. Seems like we could be seeing it, on Australian shores, but also down to New Zealand as well as a possibility. Fiji, Vanuatu, New Caledonia, that sort of area. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, but that won't be that won't be a recent occurrence. That'll be happening over the next month or so. Any information about the eruption that came from the main caldera? Well, the only information really is that it was huge. It was giant. The eruption was very, very powerful, very, very explosive, and has dusted a lot of the South Pacific in a fine dusting of volcanic ash.
And with that, viewers, a special thank you to Josh for providing some valuable information, and the stream will continue. I have no intentions as the main operator of the channel to end the stream. We will go on autopilot, and we'll switch over to the earthquake interface, and we're definitely not in the clear with this volcanic incident.
Right. Yeah.
And it's one for the record books.
Yep. And also to note, if we do get another violent eruption or a powerful earthquake or any form of emergency or information that comes our way, we'll be straight back on the live coverage. So as soon as you hear it, come back to Force 13 Australia. Make sure you're subscribed, and we will have the latest information on it. So thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be turning this stream onto autopilot with some nice music in the background, and I hope everyone enjoys that.
And as I just mentioned, thank you, Josh. I'll just get you to pause, and we will. Yeah, I've just got to work this out. Actually, I can cancel. Just bear with me. I've got to work out what switch. And Nelson, a special thank you to you. So we'll I've just got to work out the right switching, because I'm operating two computers now.
One of the biggest thank yous has to go out to you guys, the viewer, as well,
yes,
for the support on the Force 13 Australia channel. And if you haven't already and are willing to support the channel, please do hit that like button and subscribe. And click the subscribe button by touching the channel icon in the bottom right hand corner. It really would mean quite a bit to us. And let's see if we can crack through 3,500 subscribers. Still a bit of a way there, but please do consider doing so. Thank you so much for tuning in, and enjoy the earthquake interface from Force 13 Earthquakes at Force 13 Australia.
Alright, now I'll just get you to mute yourself for a minute, Josh. I've got to work out the switching. Okay, where are we? Alright, we'll go out of that one, and this is Force 13 AU, and it's 15:37 here in Queensland, 16:37 daylight saving time.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.9 earthquake has occurred 42 miles or 68 kilometers from Bol, Indonesia, 7 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 0.70 north, longitude 121.83 east, and has a depth of 41.63 miles, or 67.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 2.2 earthquake has occurred 3 miles or 5 kilometers from Indios, Puerto Rico, 21 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 2.2 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Indios, Puerto Rico, hace 21 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 17.97 north, longitude 66.84 west, and has a depth of 6.84 miles, or 11.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 17.97 norte. Longitud 66.84 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 6.84 millas. O 11.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 5.3 earthquake has occurred 48 miles or 78 kilometers from Sola, Vanuatu, 39 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 13.26 south, longitude 167.20 east, and has a depth of 124.27 miles, or 200.00 kilometers.
This force 13's Australian Oceania Channel 1600 hours, 1700 hours, and the Joint Australian Tsunami Warning Centre has issued a tsunami advisory. Tsunami warning number 22 for New South Wales, issued by the centre at 4:55 Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Sunday the 16th. Tsunami threat to the marine environment. For the marine environment over all coastal areas, there is a possibility of a dangerous whips, waves and strong ocean currents, some localised overflow onto the immediate foreshore commencing after 8:40 p.m. Saturday and persisting for several hours. The tsunami threat assessment remains unchanged. The next advice will be issued by 18:25 daylight saving today. This is a little bit confusing. National warning summary issued at 4:57.
Has been detected. A magnitude 2.5 earthquake has occurred 38 miles or 61 kilometers from Toyah, Texas, 16 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 31.61 north, longitude 104.34 west, and has a depth of 3.11 miles, or 5.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 3.5 earthquake has occurred 81 miles or 131 kilometers from Borinquen, Puerto Rico, 43 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 3.5 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Borinquen, Puerto Rico, hace 43 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 19.60 north, longitude 67.50 west, and has a depth of 6.21 miles, or 10.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 19.60 norte, longitud 67.50 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 6.21 millas, o 10.00 kilómetros.
A tsunami warning.
It's 4:13 AU. My name's David Taines. I'm the main driver of the channel. The stream is on autopilot, and there is apology. I'm monitoring the feed on another computer, so a bit of feedback. As reported earlier, the threat is far from being over. It looks like the Australian Joint Tsunami Warning Centre has updated their position, and marine tsunami warnings remain in place. BOA Meteorology has issued a top priority severe thunderstorm warning and possible over the northeast of the state this afternoon. Heavy rainfall in the main risk. This is New South Wales. Severe thunderstorm activity continues. Taree, Port Macquarie, Goffs Harbour, Lismore, it's for the northern rivers, mid-north coast, the northern tablelands forecast districts. New South Wales Tsunami Warning Centre updated at 10 minutes past 5 New South Wales time, or daylight saving time. The marine warning is from Treat Heads down to Gabo Island on the Victorian New South Wales border. So marine warning remains in place. The tsunami threat assessment remains unchanged. So the Bureau has updated Lord Howe Island marine tsunami warning current, also for Norfolk Island, and a land warning and a land warning is from the Queensland New South Wales border to north of the northern tip of Fraser Island. So I'm just wondering whether another tsunami wave has been generated. And I'm going to leave, I've just activated a call, and Josh, there's a possibility that he may pop in, so we'll continue to monitor.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.5 earthquake has occurred 85 miles or 136 kilometers from Bantul, Indonesia, 11 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 9.03 south, longitude 110.78 east, and has a depth of 41.01 miles, or 66.00 kilometers.
It's 4:13 AU, coming up to 25 minutes past 4 here in Queensland. Biometeorology has issued a top priority severe thunderstorm warning for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. Large hailstones, damaging winds, heavy rainfall for the Waibay, Burnett, the Darling Downs, the Granite Belt, South East Coast forecast districts. There's two areas, moist and unstable conditions associated with a weak surface trough over the eastern Queensland region will drive thunderstorm activity. Severe thunderstorms likely to produce large hailstones, damaging winds, heavy rainfall may lead to flash flooding. Areas are Crow's Nest and Yarraman. Biometeorology has issued a further warning, and sadly it's the area that got severely impacted on overnight. The Scenic Rim, the Southern Downs and the Toowoomba Council areas. There were two cells tracking slightly north west or west to north. BO warns of 16:15 severe thunderstorms detected on the weather radar near the New South Wales border. Areas south of the border are currently tracking towards the north. They're forecast to affect Killarney, the area south of Cunningham's Gap, area between Crow's Nest, Kuya, area north of Crow's Nest, 16:45, Oakington, Mugwa and Blackbutt by 17:15. Hazardous surf warning remains in place for the Fraser Island coast, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast waters, and a similar one will be in force for Monday. Long period deceptively powerful easterly swell persisting along the exposed southeast during today and into Monday. This swell is being generated by a combination of a large high near New Zealand and ex-tropical cyclone Cody, located to the south of Fiji. Surf conditions expected to be hazardous. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in place for heavy rainfall for the area south of the Queensland New South Wales border, northern rivers, the mid-north coast, the northern tablelands. Now what we're going to do is switch across to Western Australia, checking the western region. Ex-tropical cyclone Tiffany.
A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 3.1 earthquake has occurred 33 miles or 53 kilometers from San Antonio de los Cabres, Argentina, 9 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 3.1 hectárea ocurrido cerca de San Antonio de los Cabres, Argentina, hace 9 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 24.23 south, longitude 66.84 west, and has a depth of 144.16 miles, or 232.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 24.23 sur, longitud 66.84 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 144.16 millas, o 232.00 kilómetros.
And you can see ex-tropical cyclone Kaylee to the east-northeast of the North Island of New Zealand.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.1 earthquake has occurred 39 miles or 63 kilometers from Kepulauan Talad, Indonesia, 20 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 4.86 north, longitude 126.70 east, and has a depth of 15.53 miles, or 25.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.8 earthquake has occurred 9 miles or 14 kilometers from Mataram, Indonesia, 20 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 8.68 south, longitude 116.20 east, and has a depth of 48.47 miles, or 78.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.3 earthquake has occurred 11 miles or 17 kilometers from Tom's Place, California, 3 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 37.49 north, longitude 118.85 west, and has a depth of 2.49 miles, or 4.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.1 earthquake has occurred 4 miles or 7 kilometers from Pahala, Hawaii, 5 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 19.22 north, longitude 155.41 west, and has a depth of 19.88 miles, or 32.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 2.7 earthquake has occurred 7 miles or 12 kilometers from Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, 24 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 2.7 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, hace 24 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 18.16 north, longitude 67.25 west, and has a depth of 11.18 miles, or 18.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 18.16 norte. Longitud 67.25 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 11.18 millas. O 18.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.6 earthquake has occurred 9 miles or 14 kilometers from Taupo, New Zealand, 4 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 38.62 south, longitude 176.21 east, and has a depth of 5.59 miles, or 9.00 kilometers.
So check that out, man. That's the volcano eruption. Holy Alu! Alu! Baby! Holy Oh man!
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.1 earthquake has occurred near the Kermadec Islands of New Zealand, 16 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 27.87 south, longitude 179.90 east, and has a depth of 372.20 miles, or 599.00 kilometers.
And this is Force 13. Continuous coverage of the undersea volcanic eruption. 1735 here in Queensland and 1835 in those states under the daylight saving. Biometeorology, Joint Australia Tsunami Warning Centre has cancelled the tsunami warning for the coastal areas of southeast Queensland. So the tsunami threat is now over, although I think the warning is still in place for both Lord Howe and Norfolk Islands off the New South Wales coast. We will continue to bring the latest information, and we'll continue to show the earthquake interface. The interface operates also on the earthquake channel. The stream originates from the United Kingdom at the Force 13's international headquarters. I had the owner operator Nathan Foy on with me last night, and it was good to have Nathan on board. He provided some satellite imagery and managed to get his take on the major event. Still have two tropical systems on the radar, FS 91 and 92. 92 I think is now tropical disturbance 04F, and I'm waiting for the biometeorology to update some information on the events closer to Vanuatu. As the operator of the AU channel, I'm able to switch over anytime to the earthquake interface, as I'm the standby operator. So if a technical issue arises at the United Kingdom HQ, I can take over. On behalf of Phil 13, Nathan Foy, and as a senior member of the project, a special thank you to those who have stayed with us, and also subscribe to the channel. Here at Force 13, we enjoy bringing the information to you, the viewer, and the AU channel has now passed a milestone, and as the manager of the AU channel, I will go live anytime. And at lunchtime, I was up at the local hospital, and my wife has now come home, which I'm really happy. Been married 43 years, and I have we have 9 grandchildren. My wife as a teenager, experienced Tropical Cyclone Tracy that wiped out Darwin. So I enjoy being part of Force 13, and one of my priorities is to bring as much information to you, the viewer. We also like the interaction with the viewer. We also have a ever expanding community on the Discord platform. We also operate on the Facebook and Twitter platforms, and hopefully within the next few weeks the AU channel will launch a Facebook page. Bureau Meteorology a couple of weeks ago provided a update.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.2 earthquake has occurred 18 miles or 29 kilometers from Al Hachima, Morocco, 12 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 35.43 north, longitude 3.71 west, and has a depth of 0.62 miles, or 1.00 kilometers.
The Bureau Meteorology provided an update via in attendance with the Queensland Government via a media conference. We've still got a fair way to go. Well, we've still got a few months in the tropical cyclone season. The Bureau say more cyclones possible and above average rainfall. Also keeping an eye on the local weather, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in place. And as mentioned early this afternoon local time, further eruptions cannot be ruled out. It could go on for weeks, and not as bad as what the Canary Islands, I think it's La Palma, and welcome to those who have recently come onto the channel. At 17:30 hours local time, severe thunderstorm warning for large hailstones, damaging winds, heavy rainfall remains in place for the South Burnett Council areas. That's in the north of Brisbane. marine tsunami warning remains in place for Lord Howe Island and including Norfolk Island. And Victoria is in the clear. The tsunami threat is now finalised or cancelled, the advisory. There's no tsunami threat to Tasmania. As mentioned, the tsunami warning remains in place for both Lord Howe Island and Norfolk Island. All other advisories relating to the volcanic eruption have been finalised, so it's only a marine advisory for Lord Howe Island and Norfolk Island. However, the possibility remains in place for further activity. The USGS service is saying that the eruption was around magnitude 5.8. And the shockwave was sent around the world. San Francisco Bay, the Macquarie Island down in the Antarctic, there have been reports of damage due to the tsunami wave or waves. And I think a couple of people have lost their lives. I haven't seen the number of wave data buoys activated, the scale of tsunami warnings here in Australia. Current capital city temperatures. $25.4 Darwin, 28.9 Canberra, 17.2 in Hobart, 21.8 in Adelaide, just under 26 in Perth. A hot one here in Brisbane, 27.4, and I'm really feeling the heat, even though I have, I think it's the northeasterly or southeasterly breeze. So 27.4 Brisbane, 29.7 in Melbourne, a hot one, and 25.8, correction, 25.4 in Sydney. So the coolest place is Hobart, 17.2. And on a unrelated news item, the Australian Federal Court an hour or two ago rejected or overturned the top tennis players' appeal to remain in Australia, and the tennis player is to be deported. The Federal Court of Australia, in a unanimous decision, decided to rule in favour of the federal government, and as a result of the Federal Court decision, the tennis player could appeal to the High Court of Australia, but a majority of applications are rejected. And for the tennis player, he'll be unable to come to Australia for 3 years. So that has now been resolved. And Force 13AU is keeping a close eye on the tropical scene, and this is in addition to the severe thunderstorm activity which remains ongoing. Severe thunderstorms possible over the northeast of New South Wales this afternoon. Heavy rainfall remains the main risk. Taree, Port Macquarie, Coffs Harbour and Lismore. So severe thunderstorm activity impacting Queensland and parts of New South Wales. In response to the tsunami waves and the major underwater volcanic eruption, the New Zealand Navy is preparing to send 2 Navy vessels to Tonga and an Air Force P-3 Orion could leave us early tomorrow depending on atmospheric conditions. Repeating, New Zealand Navy is to send 2 vessels to Tonga. New Zealand's Prime Minister earlier today said the latest information from Tonga, lots of damage, communications being restored, no official reports of deaths.
A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 3.1 earthquake has occurred 23 miles or 37 kilometers from Calama, Chile, 35 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 3.1 hectárea ha ocurrido cerca de Calama, Chile, hace 35 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 22.18 south, longitude 68.73 west, and has a depth of 75.19 miles, or 121.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 22.18 sur. Longitud 68.73 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 75.19 millas. O 121.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.6 earthquake has occurred 15 miles or 24 kilometers from Ma Lake, Myanmar, 10 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 23.60 north, longitude 94.63 east, and has a depth of 116.20 miles, or 187.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.3 earthquake has occurred 12 miles or 20 kilometers from Corriales, Haiti, 10 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 18.66 north, longitude 73.73 west, and has a depth of 2.49 miles, or 4.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 5.2 earthquake has occurred 45 miles or 73 kilometers from Hualien City, Taiwan, 10 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 24.15 north, longitude 122.31 east, and has a depth of 27.34 miles, or 44.00 kilometers. The tsunami advisory issued for California has been cancelled. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 2.7 earthquake has occurred 33 miles or 53 kilometers from Mazachapa, Nicaragua, 5 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 2.7 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Mazachapa, Nicaragua, hace 5 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 11.55 north, longitude 86.94 west, and has a depth of 29.83 miles, or 48.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 11.55 norte. Longitud 86.94 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 29.83 millas. O 48.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.0 earthquake has occurred 137 miles or 221 kilometers from El Emul, Guadeloupe, 10 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 14.49 north, longitude 60.56 west, and has a depth of 9.94 miles, or 16.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 2.9 earthquake has occurred 47 miles or 76 kilometers from Jiquilillo, Nicaragua, 9 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 2.9 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Jiquilillo, Nicaragua, hace 9 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 12.21 north, longitude 87.89 west, and has a depth of 14.29 miles, or 23.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 12.21 norte. Longitud 87.89 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 14.29 millas. O 23.00 kilómetros.
The earthquake near El Emul, Guadeloupe, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 3.0 earthquake has occurred 24 miles or 39 kilometers from Santa Cruz, Chile, 17 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 3.0 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Santa Cruz, Chile, hace 17 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 34.79 south, longitude 71.75 west, and has a depth of 25.48 miles, or 41.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 34.79 sur. Longitud 71.75 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 25.48 millas. O 41.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected.
新しい地震が検出されました。
A magnitude 5.2 earthquake has occurred 45 miles or 73 kilometers from Yonaguni, Japan, 52 minutes ago.
52分前日本の与那国市の近くでマグニチュード 5.2 地震が発生しました。
This earthquake was located near latitude 24.16 north, longitude 122.35 east, and has a depth of 29.83 miles, or 48.00 kilometers.
地震は北24.16と東122.35の近くで発生し、29.83 マイル、または 48.00 キロメートルの深さです。
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 5.2 earthquake has occurred 47 miles or 75 kilometers from Hualien City, Taiwan, 1 hour ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 24.23 north, longitude 122.30 east, and has a depth of 29.83 miles, or 48.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.0 earthquake has occurred 2 miles or 3 kilometers from Pahala, Hawaii, 4 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 19.19 north, longitude 155.50 west, and has a depth of 19.88 miles, or 32.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 2.7 earthquake has occurred 9 miles or 15 kilometers from Guadalupe, Victoria, Baja California, Mexico, 5 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 2.7 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Guadalupe, Victoria, Baja California, México, hace 5 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 32.41 north, longitude 115.18 west, and has a depth of 9.32 miles, or 15.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 32.41 norte. Longitud 115.18 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 9.32 millas. O 15.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.0 earthquake has occurred 6 miles or 9 kilometers from Pahala, Hawaii, 6 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 19.22 north, longitude 155.39 west, and has a depth of 18.64 miles, or 30.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Pahala, Hawaii, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 2.8 earthquake has occurred 4 miles or 7 kilometers from Maria Antonia, Puerto Rico, 37 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 2.8 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de María Antonia, Puerto Rico, hace 37 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 17.92 north, longitude 66.86 west, and has a depth of 9.94 miles, or 16.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 17.92 norte. Longitud 66.86 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 9.94 millas. O 16.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.0 earthquake has occurred 5 miles or 8 kilometers from Pahala, Hawaii, 50 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 19.24 north, longitude 155.41 west, and has a depth of 24.23 miles, or 39.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.5 earthquake has occurred 5 miles or 8 kilometers from Hunga Tonga, Oklahoma, 6 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 36.77 north, longitude 98.06 west, and has a depth of 1.86 miles, or 3.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 3.0 earthquake has occurred 93 miles or 149 kilometers from Iapel, Chile, 1 hour ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 3.0 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Iapel, Chile, hace 1 hora.
This earthquake was located near latitude 31.46 south, longitude 72.73 west, and has a depth of 28.58 miles, or 46.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 31.46 sur. Longitud 72.73 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 28.58 millas. O 46.00 kilómetros.
The earthquake near Iapel, Chile, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.0 earthquake has occurred 4 miles or 7 kilometers from Pahala, Hawaii, 5 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 19.21 north, longitude 155.41 west, and has a depth of 21.75 miles, or 35.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 4.0 earthquake has occurred 6 miles or 10 kilometers from Ometepec, Mexico, 26 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 4.0 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Ometepec, México, hace 26 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 16.60 north, longitude 98.42 west, and has a depth of 4.35 miles, or 7.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 16.60 norte. Longitud 98.42 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 4.35 millas. O 7.00 kilómetros.
A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 5.5 earthquake has occurred 85 miles or 136 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 4 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 39.97 north, longitude 24.29 east, and has a depth of 3.11 miles, or 5.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 5.5 earthquake has occurred 86 miles or 138 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 5 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 39.98 north, longitude 24.32 east, and has a depth of 3.11 miles, or 5.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Thessaloniki, Greece, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. The earthquake near Thessaloniki, Greece, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected.
Se ha detectado un nuevo terremoto.
A magnitude 2.6 earthquake has occurred 71 miles or 115 kilometers from Taltal, Chile, 11 minutes ago.
Un terremoto de magnitud 2.6 hectáreas ocurrido cerca de Taltal, Chile, hace 11 minutos.
This earthquake was located near latitude 24.42 south, longitude 69.29 west, and has a depth of 53.44 miles, or 86.00 kilometers.
Este terremoto se localiza cerca de la latitud 24.42 sur. Longitud 69.29 oeste. Tiene una profundidad de 53.44 millas. O 86.00 kilómetros.
The tsunami advisory issued for Norfolk Island, Lord Howe Island and New South Wales, Australia has been cancelled. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.1 earthquake has occurred 83 miles or 134 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 5 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 40.00 north, longitude 24.29 east, and has a depth of 1.24 miles, or 2.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.2 earthquake has occurred 14 miles or 22 kilometers from Akwin, Haiti, 8 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 18.46 north, longitude 73.30 west, and has a depth of 4.97 miles, or 8.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Thessaloniki, Greece, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. The earthquake near Thessaloniki, Greece, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.6 earthquake has occurred 83 miles or 133 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 7 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 40.01 north, longitude 24.28 east, and has a depth of 3.11 miles, or 5.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.5 earthquake has occurred 85 miles or 136 kilometers from Ceres, Greece, 23 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 40.01 north, longitude 24.32 east, and has a depth of 6.21 miles, or 10.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Thessaloniki, Greece, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.6 earthquake has occurred 83 miles or 134 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 23 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 40.00 north, longitude 24.29 east, and has a depth of 9.32 miles, or 15.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.3 earthquake has occurred 9 miles or 14 kilometers from Searles Valley, California, 4 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 35.66 north, longitude 117.48 west, and has a depth of 5.59 miles, or 9.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.2 earthquake has occurred 9 miles or 14 kilometers from Searles Valley, California, 5 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 35.66 north, longitude 117.49 west, and has a depth of 4.97 miles, or 8.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 5.6 earthquake has occurred 45 miles or 73 kilometers from Panguna, Papua New Guinea, 9 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 6.36 south, longitude 154.83 east, and has a depth of 248.55 miles, or 400.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.1 earthquake has occurred 37 miles or 60 kilometers from Hamilton, New Zealand, 5 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 38.22 south, longitude 174.88 east, and has a depth of 61.52 miles, or 99.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Panguna, Papua New Guinea, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.2 earthquake has occurred 85 miles or 137 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 6 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 39.98 north, longitude 24.31 east, and has a depth of 7.46 miles, or 12.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Thessaloniki, Greece, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. The earthquake near Panguna, Papua New Guinea, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.4 earthquake has occurred 1 mile or 1 kilometer from Pahala, Hawaii, 6 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 19.19 north, longitude 155.48 west, and has a depth of 22.99 miles, or 37.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.9 earthquake has occurred 83 miles or 133 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 7 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 40.00 north, longitude 24.27 east, and has a depth of 11.18 miles, or 18.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Panguna, Papua New Guinea, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 2.0 earthquake has occurred 2 miles or 3 kilometers from Pinnacles, California, 3 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 36.56 north, longitude 121.15 west, and has a depth of 4.97 miles, or 8.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.7 earthquake has occurred 85 miles or 136 kilometers from Thessaloniki, Greece, 5 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 40.00 north, longitude 24.31 east, and has a depth of 6.21 miles, or 10.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 3.1 earthquake has occurred 68 miles or 109 kilometers from Dompu, Indonesia, 10 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 9.51 south, longitude 118.34 east, and has a depth of 17.40 miles, or 28.00 kilometers. The earthquake near Thessaloniki, Greece, has been revised. These are the parameters that have been revised. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.3 earthquake has occurred 10 miles or 16 kilometers from Nărejo, Romania, 4 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 45.70 north, longitude 26.51 east, and has a depth of 86.99 miles, or 140.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.2 earthquake has occurred 6 miles or 10 kilometers from Nărejo, Romania, 8 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 45.71 north, longitude 26.58 east, and has a depth of 90.72 miles, or 146.00 kilometers. A new earthquake has been detected. A magnitude 4.1 earthquake has occurred 8 miles or 13 kilometers from Năreju, Romania, 12 minutes ago. This earthquake was located near latitude 45.70 north, longitude 26.55 east, and has a depth of 93.83 miles, or 151.00 kilometers.